Hello. Happy Tuesday. What are we doing today? Last week, we did some stuff. We scaled up Vrox a lot. And I believe this is working right, the sushi belt now. I hope it's working right. It's trying to work right at any rate. Really, that sushi belt is like pushed to its limit, and that's kind of a problem. But the next thing to work on is bees. We've done a ton of stuff that was really the dependencies of bees, of archods. And that included the Vrock upgrade. It included a Phawagy upgrade, which I think is... What did I do with Phawagy? I think Phawagy is built, but it's waiting for the upgraded modules. Yes, so Phawagy is built, but it's all Phawagy Mark 1 modules. So we'll need to upgrade to module Mark 2s. We should have Phawagy Mark 2 somewhere. I don't know where I set up the Phawagy breeder. Maybe I didn't yet. No, I did. I know I set it up somewhere. Oh, over here. Okay, there it is. So yeah, this is running, I don't know if we've even made one Phawagy Mark II yet, so... There should be a milestone for that. I should be able to see... Flora and fauna. I don't see Phawagy Mark II here. I don't even see it as an option. Although they don't always show like all the variants. Yeah. So it is in here as an option somewhere, Phawagy Mark II. It just doesn't show... here. And I don't know how it decides which things to show or not show as like incomplete. I'm sure there's something somewhere in here. Yeah, I'm not really sure how the how it decides which ones to show and which ones to hide. Maybe that's not something you can do in the UI. Maybe that's controlled by the JSON. At any rate, we need Phawagy Mark II to get this up to full speed, but that's a future problem. We should have enough for now. So with the Phawagy running to upgrade to Mark II, we're really just looking at archods here. And I believe those are... archods are the last things before we can go ahead and upgrade PySci 2 to its... I should really put a beacon on this. Upgrade PySci 2 to its full scale. Let's see what happens if we customize modules here. We want 2 of those. And we will add a beacon. AM5, FM5 with efficiency modules. Yeah, now we should be able to run this off of... Can we run this off of just one burner?
Oh my god, I'm in space!
Dog of Chaos! Thank you for the 2 months. What's that emoji? Oh, it's just a cute little waving thing. Okay. So, yeah, with efficiency modules beaconed onto the Paragen, we can get it down to just 2 burners and run it off of fiber instead of coal. And that avoids an ash byproduct. It's a ferret. Okay. So, I think that's what we're going to want to do. Yes, this beacon is going to use heaps of power, but whatever. Power's free is ultimately the situation. So that'll be that, but that's after we've got Arcods, because this needs Arcod honey here. And we also need, I think it's Good Alien Samples uses, yeah, Arcod Venom. And that's not going to run at full speed until we get the bees fully scaled up. Cool. So that'll be that. After that, chemical science, I think most of these things are already up to the scale they need to be, with the exception perhaps of stainless steel. 0.75 stainless steel a second is a lot of stainless. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but... Oh, we're making a lot of stainless. Okay, I scaled this up significantly. Never mind, we have plenty of stainless. Then yeah, I think getting chem science up to 9 research centers, geez, is going to be okay. I mean, I need to double check like the organic acid anhydride, the muck-mocks. I think I've looked at some of this before, I just don't remember. And then PySci 3 is its own thing, obviously. This is the next goal. So we will need to look into what we need to scale up here to get this done. As I've been scaling everything up, obviously, for the improved versions of the other science packs, I am keeping in mind what we need in PySci 3, but I probably have missed things. So as we go through this, we're going to find stuff that needs to get dealt with. But all right, let's focus on bees then, and let's get new Arcods. And I guess first things first is the Arcod jelly. That's not a different... No, there isn't a version of that for the turd. So we don't have to do anything weird with that. Yeah, it's, I think, just wax and honey that are changed by the turd. I should actually be able to see that in-game more easily. If we look at... Yeah, it's wax, honey, and lubricant that are changed. And actually, we should maybe consider if wax-based lubricant, once we have the turd, is a good plan. You also have all of these. Oh, those are some good ones. I like the cultist ferret. That's a good design. Oh, we've also got this issue with trains. Yeah. I want to look at these. Is this going to be the same thing that we've seen, where it's like exactly 3 stacks too many? Pretty much. Yeah, they're all within a couple of each other, which really makes me think that my theory from before is correct. Okay. Let's grab... Do I have the inventory space for all of this? I think I do. Cool. And I decided to do Arcod jelly separately. Yeah, because we do need just a little bit extra of it in, during the Pi-Sci 3 era. So let's go clean up these 3 trains that are stuck. And then I need to decide if I want to tear down the existing bees build or not. I mean, I'm going to have to, because once we take the turd, they're going to be broken. But do I want to tear it down now, or do I want to tear it down later? If I tear it down now, I should probably make sure to put away all the current bee stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to get myself all confused. But if I tear it down now, then I have more space to work with, like, in this area for getting it kind of managed. This whole region is kind of screwy as far as where it's got stations and stuff hooked up. It's really tempting to just tear down the whole existing setup and then rebuild it still kind of in the same area, just smarter. We are losing trains a lot, and that is not ideal. I'm going to run around and we're going to play tow truck driver for a little bit. Yep, same amount. One there. One over here somewhere. Way over there. Okay. Once I get started on the build, I'm not going to let myself get distracted by stuff like this, which is why I'm trying to focus on getting as much of this cleaned up now as I can, so that the base hopefully doesn't get too effed while I'm building and not fixing trains. So yeah, once I am done with this, I'm going to wander over to where the bees are. I'm going to put down a warehouse and drop all the stuff for the new bee build. And then we will... Then we can go ahead and try to remember words and how the English language works. We could tear down... We'll put everything in a box so I don't get it, like, mixed up with the stuff from the old build. We'll tear the whole thing down. We'll put aside the things that we need. Like, we need a bunch of modules. We need a bunch of whatever. We'll try to figure out which of the like input and output stations we still need, where we want to move stations, because this is in a weird spot. Like it's reaching all the way over here, it's reaching over here, or it's not reaching over here. I kind of want it to reach over here instead of over here, because I can use this for a couple of smaller builds at some point. So that's what needs to happen, I think. And what that means is we grab a warehouse, and I'm going to put this like way over here where I'm not going to lose track of it. Let me just check in YAF, see what we're looking at there. Currently trying your hand at mine colonies while you mull over a mod pack idea. I haven't done a lot with mine colonies. I know it's in some of all the mods packs, but I haven't ever looked into it. All right, I was just poking my head in YAFC here. That's what we're missing. So I think all that's really missing from our shopping lists is the modules, the bees, and the ants both. So I should be able to just start ripping this up. What I don't see here is flora collectors. Did I miss native flora, or do we no longer have a native flora input? I guess we don't have a native flora input anymore. One of the upgraded recipes doesn't use it? Where even does native flora go? Oh, native flora is down here. Yeah, this is doing the filled comb, which we don't do anymore. I got rid of that. And I did the filled comb for a reason. I think it's how I bootstrapped my wax production before. But we're not doing that anymore. At least not that way, so. Alright. Let's just start tearing this thing up. What is this pipe? Oh, coke oven gas out. Okay. Sure. We'll figure that out later. It's going to take a while for the bots to clear all this out. From what you've experienced, it's this is meant to follow you from the start of the game mod. That was kind of the vibe that I was getting. Yeah, exactly, the progression. But again, I haven't done a ton with it. Ooh. Some of this stuff that I have piled up in here is going to get fed like back around into inputs and whatever as we sort out our input and output paths. But for now, I'm just dumping everything into warehouses and we'll figure it out afterwards. Here, I should do a separate one for this, though. The other thing that is going to fill up my inventory is all of these belts and pipes. We might have to make a dump chest for some of those. At least we won't have to go back to base looking for belts. I say back to base as if this isn't like the center of my base. Back to the mall. Here, let's make a couple more of these for specific things. Because it's going to get screwy. Let's pull out all the Relesia stuff and put it in here. Let's throw coal in here. Sap can keep going in here. I'm just trying to organize, like, not that these chests are sorted, but trying to organize where stuff ends up so that I can, like, grab it again. Because, again, a lot of this stuff is going to end up being restocked into the input buffers. So I just want to make sure that we are properly accounting for that. Let me also grab one of these here. And into you is going to go... Actually, you know what? Throw it all in. All the pipes, all the belts of both tiers. Why not? And this way, as I tear stuff down, I have a little more space in my inventory to work with. Oh, this is going to take a minute. There's so much stuff here. And once this is torn down, I mean, I guess I can do it now, but once this is torn down, I will grab the turd, because the new build is dependent on the colony collapse turd that is built into our... I'm hoping that I have enough. I didn't even look. Yeah, we have a few hundred there. That should be enough. Enough bees. We are full up in that chest again, so we'll have to figure that out. That's Relesia stuff. Maybe we put soil in with the Relesia stuff. Oh, sap probably needs its own, unfortunately. If I hadn't spaced these out, I think I would have room for one more, like, diagonal of them, but I spaced them out and now I don't. I'm curious how many queens we have at this point. That's something that I need to make sure that I properly, like, prioritize in the new setup, especially. I was always nervous about it, so I think it was already correctly prioritized here, but we want to make sure that we're always maintaining our queens with intentional colony collapse. Because we will need more of them. Inventory's full again. Let me pull stuff that's gonna be like old buildings that we're not gonna use anymore out. Let's just pull all the buildings out, actually, and keep buildings sorted separately from other stuff. It doesn't give me a ton of inventory slots here. But it gives me enough for now. And then, yeah, that's still got buildings in it. All right, I think that looks good. And then these input things, I'm just gonna remove all the requests from all of them. And we'll have to go back in and redo all of our requests for everything. I want to make sure that I have the trains, like, actually aligned reasonably well. So we might have to move some of these stations around as we go. Nope, inventory's almost full again. Let's see, sap. I think that goes in here. I think all of these things, the Ulrichs, the Vroks, and the Vrok food, are all just inputs that I can put back into input chests. Apparently also the coal. I don't know if that input buffer is going to stay the same, though, so I'm just trying to clear up some space in all my storage chests for stuff. Coming this way. Ugh, this is like all the weird outputs. Yeah. I don't know if we're even going to need this one anymore. I don't know if we have anything that decays. So we might not even need this station anymore. This might just go away. I think it does, in fact. Because we're no longer doing the bitumen in order to get empty comb. So we no longer need... this will almost certainly not be where the bee output is long term, but you know what? We'll deal with that later. I'm just going to pull out all of these belts for now. And we will reposition all of our train stations once we have everything built. Ditto, this Coke station is probably going to be somewhere else. And this Ash station. You know what? These ones I am willing to tear apart because these ones are in a weird spot. Right, these ones are way over here. And these were set up because I didn't really think through when I was designing the initial Arcod build. Oh, whoops, I picked up a radar. Where do you go? So, like, ideally, all the bees stations are on, like, these two rows, like, properly organized, maybe even as inputs and outputs would be cool. And then that leaves this furthest west one available for whatever I want to do over here that might hook up to that. So everything here is subject to getting reshuffled, is what I'm saying, basically. Are we done? Finally? See, coal can come over here to the input again. And like I said, I'm going to reshuffle these inputs, but for now, everything that came out of those can go back into them. Which would include empty comb. Although I think I'm running out of empty comb space. So we might leave empty comb here. And empty comb, actually, we're not going to be bringing in anymore. Because this system is now wax positive, and it wasn't before. So now that it is wax positive, empty comb is only going to loop, like, internally. That's a lot of comb. Okay. Are we done? Did we rip it all up? I think we're done. I think we ripped it all up. Cool. So now I need to figure out how the heck this thing gets organized. There's so many different, like, pieces of this that all need to be set up. And they all kind of feed into each other in different orders. Right? Like, we need honey barrels for the nests, which we need for the archods themselves. And that means we need the honey. And actually, that's, like, totally self-contained up to that point. The nests also need the maggots, which also need the eggs, which also use honey barrels. Okay. So now we're up to like that order. We need the Arcod jelly barrels, which come from a different place. The queens kind of like loop, which is unfortunate. You know, some of them come into the eggs and then go out of the eggs. So let's, I guess, start figuring out our input ordering over on this side. First things first, down here, we don't need hydrogen anymore, and we don't need tall oil anymore. I hate to void this much of it, but I'm going to. Okay. We do need nitrogen contaminant, Arcod jelly, hot air, and natural gas. And then we can put the requests back in here. And what's the last one? The jelly. So that's that part. And this should ideally have a request for like nitrogen contaminant. Yeah. Cool. So that'll get us nitrogen contaminant figured out. This one probably needs to be redone, what all of its inputs are going to be. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just like sort this up here for now. We are going to need all of these same inputs. I'm just not sure if we're going to need them all in the same place. Especially if we're getting rid of outputs on this side, and I kind of want to. The bitumen output goes away entirely, and there's not enough here for a train delivery, so we can just nuke this. Probably ditto the coke oven gas. No, the coke oven gas we need to drain. Let's make this high priority, and let's tell it that it's always allowed to void here, and that'll get that drained out. And this is just the bees output, so we can get that here. Ooh, I don't want to do that. I don't want those to get trashed when I go back to the base. Oh, what a mess. So yeah, this I'm going to turn back into a normal station. Although, actually, let's just tear down the whole thing. Here, Arcod Honey out. Only 15k. Not enough for a train load. We can delete the station. Cool. I think we're finally ready to start trying to think about how this works. So I guess the honey itself is somewhat self-contained, right? We need Ulrich's, Navin's, skin, and meat. And that feeds apiaries and a centrifuge, ultimately. We also need this casting unit making more honeycomb. And that's fine. Some of the honeycomb does go off to maggots. But then the rest of it gets centrifuged down into honey itself, some of which also turns into barrels. Okay. What a mess. So let's do honey here. Well, before we do anything else, let's put some lights. Okay, that helps a little bit. So solid drop-off station right here. And we're going to bring in the things we need for honey here. So Ulrich's, Navin's, skin, and meat. I'm going to grab the Ulrich's. And meat, I want to deal with a combinator. So that'll be a decider. And it'll be like if Ulrich's no, not green here. It needs to be red. That way I can see what we actually have. If we have Ulrich's, and we have Navin's, and we have skin, then output meat. There we go. So that'll request meat when we have everything else available. And that way we're not just dumping meat into this system when there's no, when we're missing something else, if something else gets backed up. And I'm looking at the wrong screen. Sorry about that. What was I doing? I was doing this. I was just setting up this combinator here. I've set this up for lots of other things that bring in decayable components, right? It's just only request the decayable thing when we have everything else available, so we're not wasting the decayable thing. Not that meat is ever likely to be in short supply, but Oh, right. I put all my... I was cleaning out my inventory when we were working over here. Let's grab some of our usual materials to work with. We have plenty of belts around. Cool. So this should now be requesting meat, and it is. Perfect. And then if we do end up with any jerky, which we will, we'll bring it over to this side to a pickup. And this just needs to be marked as high priority because it is a byproduct. Cool. So, with all that, all that feeds out onto 2 belts. And all of that feeds three apiary hydrocarbon plants making honeycomb. And each of those has 20 bees in it. Let's grab a couple of stacks. Cool. So these pull in just tiny amounts of everything. Gonna do this here. Just get rid of any jerky that makes it to the end of the loop. And there. There. Output side. Do we want to go this way or go to the west instead? I think we go west. That way, if I want to extend this, I can extend it relatively easily. We do filter out jerky here. And then we got honeycomb. Honeycomb needs to get split up. It's used partly for maggots, which we're going to deal with in a bit, and then the rest of it gets centrifuged. So we split this. We prioritize left, which will go to maggots, and then we come into here for a centrifuge. which I really should put efficiency modules into, but I didn't. I don't think I grabbed the modules to do that. And then we'll have honey in liquid form. We're going to need to send that off to get barreled for some of our stuff. Where's this? Way up there. All right, I'm not taking care of that right now. Both the queen manufacturing and the nests need honey barrels, but we'll do that kind of separately. Okay. So, actually, maybe nests are the next thing, or does empty comb need to be the next thing? Empty comb is only used for the nests, right? The honeycomb is totally recycled. Oh yeah, I'm not bringing honeycomb into this. But that just loops through here as it recycles, so that's fine. Let's grab empty honeycomb and full honeycomb. There we go. So that'll loop honeycomb around. This might jam up because we've got so much honeycomb in these machines. We might have to put a little buffer chest here for honeycomb. We use so little of it, and I don't know why we have hundreds and hundreds of it. Probably because it was stuck in other parts of the system. Okay. I think next we want to do maggots and nests, because those are what need Vrox. The maggots need the honeycomb that we just made. Yeah. I do want to leave space around here for routing all these fluids, so we're going to pull east a little bit from where we did our first little set of builds here. So for maggots, I need 4 Vrock Paddock Mark IIs. And then we are going to have to bring eggs back in, but eggs are kind of a separate thing that have a bunch of weird inputs, so we'll deal with eggs elsewhere and then bring them over here. So the maggots need, in addition to the honeycomb, they need the eggs and they need caged Vrox. And they need a bunch of Vrox as modules, which are... where are my Vrox? Over here. So... and then the nests on top of that need uncaged Vrox. They also need Vrock food. They need empty comb, which we'll need to figure out the looping on in a second. Okay, so yeah, we need to bring in at least Vrox and Vrock food over here. So I will get a station for that, and it is ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, so I appreciate folks sticking around. I'm going to get some water during the break. I recommend you do the same, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. All right, we are partway through the great rebuild of our bees. Yeah, this can just be... up here, what am I bringing in for maggots? And then... Oh... Indeed. We can be bees. What was I saying? Right, I need to bring in Vrox and Vrock food. If we look over here, for the maggots, we need the caged Vrox, and then for the nests, we need Vrox and the Vrock food. We're also going to need honey barrels and jelly barrels, so we'll need to figure that out. Those are the same things. We need honey and jelly barrels on belts, also for the for the eggs, rather. Maybe I do eggs here, too. Ugh. That needs more stuff. That also needs Relesias and Yadles, which you need for the adult Archods, as well as some Archods themselves, as well as the Queens, Red Hot Coke. The reproductive complex just needs so much stuff. Which is why I kind of wanted to do it off to the side and then bring the eggs back over. So maybe we make a belt of honey barrels and jelly barrels and just send it off to both nests and then over to eggs. Well, and then you have queens, which need honey barrels and natural gas barrels, but don't need the jelly, don't need... Ugh, what a pain. Well, I'll think about how I want to route all that. I'll just make sure I leave some extra room. For now, we can definitely bring in ants and ant food here. That is for sure a thing. And then I guess we're going to bring in... This will be eggs in here. And what am I doing? Rock food. And we do have space at this station to bring in some other stuff as needed. This one is full up. What do we output here? Used comb, maggots, and cages. So, first thing we do is pull out the cages, because we need those feeding into caged rocks. That is still an automated factory Mark 1, because there's no reason for it to be anything more than that. Sideload that there, and then this will also bring in some of the rocks. I know I saw caged. Here we go. I don't have any empty cages. They were all in use as caged rocks at the time. Interesting. Do I believe that to be true? I guess so. Okay, well, we might have to get more cages for this loop. And then do I have any eggs that we're sitting on right now? Yes. Yeah, these don't even have enough caged rocks to run. 10 each. Okay. So yeah, we're going to need a bunch of empty cages to run this. I'm surprised this was working at all with so few cages. But I don't see any cages around. I don't see them in my trash slots, so... Oh, that's a Mark 1 centrifuge. It only takes one efficiency module. That's fine. At any rate, we're pulling out 0.8 rocks a second and 0.5 rock food a second. That is not a particularly significant amount of either. So then this output will also contain used comb and the maggots. We will send the maggots right. And this is where we're going to make nests. Nests are made in 4 apiary plants. And let me grab the bees to be modules in those. So this needs a bunch of weird inputs. It needs the jelly and the honey in barrels. It needs frocks and vrock food. It needs comb, and it needs maggots. Okay. So we'll merge the comb here. We'll bring in the other belt. This is going to be our 2 barreled products. And then the top input is going to be the vrocks and the vrock food. And then we have a top output, which is nests and empty barrels. Okay. And then we'll have to route the empty barrels back to wherever we're doing barreling, which I'm not sure of at the moment. We want to do something like that. We filter and split the vrocks and then send them down here. And then that's Vrox and Vrock food coming in that way. Double that up just for funsies. It doesn't matter. The overall amount of each of those being sent through is so small. Those inserters are not running anywhere near full time. Okay. And that gives us the maggots, which we need to split. Some of the maggots go to queens, and some of the maggots go to making archods themselves. Think about that in a moment. Oh, right. These won't run without more eggs and more cages. I'm going to turn that off for now. And then we got to bring in the barrels. Okay, we need to do our barreling. So let me figure out where we're going to barrel honey. And also where we're going to output honey. So I guess we got a honey pipe that comes out this way. And we're going to have to output it over on this side. I want to get all my outputs onto this side. Grab honey barrels. We're not going to have the jelly barrels yet. Because we're not bringing in the jelly yet. Well, we're not even making the jelly yet. Maybe I should go do that, because that's like a self-contained build. And that would get us that last ingredient done. But we've got honey here. We need to fill honey barrels somewhere. And also fill jelly barrels. The jelly comes in here. How do I want to route the jelly out? I guess if we do this, it sneaks out here. Yeah. I don't love that. The other option would be to get it down here somewhere. Which actually... that's fine. That gets us jelly and honey, and we can do what we need with those. As far as barreling them up. The other thing we gotta do... yeah, this outputs used comb, which we need to pull out. And we need to route the used comb down here, I guess. I don't love doing it down here, but it's where I'm going to do it. So, looking at this, I do need to get some extra efficiency modules because I wasn't thinking about putting efficiency modules on, like, the centrifuge and on the high-pressure furnace. Not that we necessarily need them on the furnace. I mean, 600 kilowatts is nothing. Okay, we won't do it there. We will do them on the centrifuge, though, because centrifuges use a ton of power. But that means... Yeah, we need to route the used comb in. Is all the used comb from this step? No, of course not. We have a little bit from the queens and a little bit from the final Arcod step. So that all needs to come down. High pressure furnace makes wax. And then we have 2 casting machines. One making empty honeycomb and one making empty comb. Okay. So furnace and 2 casting machines, that doesn't change. Yeah. Let's start making a shopping list up here for the things that I'm missing. Not a furnace, sorry, a centrifuge. We want to mark 2 because we want to be able to put efficiency modules in it. And we do need 2 more efficiency modules. Centrifuge Mark II is allowed to be crafted already? Yes. Cool. And then... we need a bunch of cages. Let's request like a couple hundred of those. Oh, we have a bunch already made. Apparently we had 200 of them. And 1 caged frog, which I'm going to add to the requests so that I remember to take it with me. Let's... oh no, we had 1 cage. That's weird and annoying. But they are in the allow list, so we'll make a couple stacks of those, no problem. They did get spread out across multiple factories, like they're supposed to when we request that many of something. Cool. So where are we at as far as all these things? Honeycomb, check. It's running. We're good. Eggs, or sorry, maggots need eggs. We'll work on that in a second. Nests need the honey barrels and the jelly barrels figured out. How we're routing in this belt of those things. That'll be fine. I think. And then this is their output, which contains empty barrels and nests, so we will need to split that appropriately. Here, yeah, we need to pull the used comb out, right, to melt it and cast it. And I've got bits and pieces of that right here. Probably should have given myself more room to work with here for, like, belts coming through, but we'll get it figured out. Of course. That's fine. So, high pressure furnace, right there. Oh, let's grab the turd before I forget. Because that affects... it'll affect this, and it did. It changed the recipe already. Beautiful. There we go. We've got to pull hot air in. And what are you? 1.25 items a second. Okay. That's fine with the yellow. And then that feeds out to 2 casting units, making the 2 different kinds of comb. My trains are sad. We'll deal with that in a minute. Do I want these to basically spit out to, well, to 2 belts or 1 belt is really the question. I guess it should be 2 separate belts. So we'll do it like that. 1 making empty comb, 1 making honeycomb. The honeycomb one. Oh, and this is also going to need an overflow valve. There we go. Honeycomb needs to feed into this with the rest of the honeycomb as a secondary input. You know what? I'm going to do what I said I wasn't going to do. And we're going to put these on the same sort of... And then we'll split them when we need to split them up. Because, yeah, this needs empty comb up here. Do we need empty comb anywhere else? No. That's the only place we need empty comb. And this is the only place we bring in empty honeycomb. Okay, so yeah, this is fine to do here. And then we only pull in the extra comb that we need so that the loop here doesn't break. So we're always pulling in from this before we pull from the newly made combs. And that should pretty much do it as far as that part goes. Obviously, we might have to bootstrap some stuff. We might have to grab some extra empty comb or extra honeycomb to get things going, but we'll get it running. I have so much empty comb. I didn't realize I had so much. And these are only going to hold like 500 each. Not sure what to do with all this empty comb then. We'll think about that. We'll figure that out in a minute. I mean, the answer might just be to, like, cut off this belt for now and then feed these manually until I use all that comb up. That is always an option. So all that's left with these is their barrels, and that's, we've got honey here, and this is the Arcod jelly. So I can feed that down to, like, here-ish to do the barreling. And then we'll try to send those barrels back up, I don't know, through here somewhere. I'm trying not to send too much stuff through here, because I want to be able to expand honey production as we need to. And potentially, honestly, even expand this centrifuge, and that's going to be snug if I need to do that, but we can do it. We can make a little extra space around here. Although, if I make that a Mark II centrifuge, because I want 2 efficiency modules on it, we're only using 0.125 of a centrifuge. So we can go 8x before we actually need to add another centrifuge. So maybe we're fine on the centrifuge. Maybe it's just leaving room for more, like, apiaries down here. Let's build the Arcod jelly over to the west, just so we have it available, and so we start getting the jelly sent in. I think that's going to be a valuable thing to get done. We need our pressure pump. We need a reformer. We need 1 barreling machine. We're going to need a bunch of empty barrels. I'll just grab what we have here. We're going to need to put more barrels into this whole situation anyway. We have a bunch up at the mall, so... We have a couple hundred cages. Delightful. Although this is not set up to be able to... I should do that. There we go. A little bit of a buffer for the cages. That way, if I put in extras, we have space for them. Do I need anything else for... Oh, I'm an idiot. I missed something in this setup, and that's that we need to barrel BTX, which is fine. It just means we need another barreling machine. Fortunately, we should have a spare because we tore down the old bees. And now everything should link up correctly. Yeah, that's fine. So we're bringing in BTX, anthracene, and Renias, and we're spitting out Arcod jelly. No problem. Let me grab another barreling machine, and then we should be good. Spare one in here? Yes. I'm going to do this right over here. BTX and anthracene. Anthracene. And then the other station is solid drop off here. Bringing in Renias, which should be sufficiently scaled at this point. We spent a bunch of time working on those. Look at them all. They're not oh, they're not running because they're done. Okay, we have Renias. And then a fluid pickup at the top. Oh, I have no anything in my inventory. This is what I get for clearing all the stuff out of my inventory. Honestly, I should just pick this one up now. Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. Let's get rid of those. Yeah, I have some extras of some things that are floating around my inventory that are just going to make it hard to... Why am I out of... Oh, I'm out of warehouses because they're all up here. Duh. All right, so this is just going to have a barreling machine with the output feeding right into this setup here, right? That's easy enough. We're going to get rid of some trees here. We've got our apiaries here. I'm going to do 6 there. Six there. Outside of these is going to be our output, which is going to be the jelly barrels. Excuse me. Jelly barrels. And then on the inside, we're going to have 2 lanes. One of them's going to have, I guess, barrels on it. One of them's going to have Renia as well. I'll figure out what the 2 lanes are, but we're going to have 2 lanes. And then it's going to be like that. And like that. So we've got Renia's here. We're going to have carbon black coming off of this. Yeah, let's do that first. Let's get a reformer in here. Making carbon black. We're going to throw a pressure pump doing vacuum right there, because that's easy. All right. We're going to run this reformer at like a fraction of full power, so we don't even need a... Here we go. Actually, let's do that one on this lane. I'm just thinking if I'm going to bring this down here, and this is empty barrels coming... Well, I changed my mind again. Make sure that belt is cleaned off. We'll run it to the bottom one. Because we don't even need to go, like, under anything here. We can just take our other barreling machine right here. And as always, give ourselves a little bit of a buffer. And then we can take down... BTX. And there's BTX barrels. And somehow, when I copy and pasted this, I missed some inserters. There we go. And yeah, we're pulling 0.37 Renias, 0.37 carbon black. I could upgrade these to, like, yellow inserters, but grays should actually be plenty. And this whole thing makes like 55 jelly a second, so it's going to take a second, more than a second. It's going to take a few minutes before we have enough jelly for the delivery down to the rest of bees, but that is fine. Oop, lowercase j. Cool. So that's done. That was a good little distraction. Oh my god, this base is so sad. We gotta go take care of our stuck trains. We cannot keep ignoring this problem. Actually, let me grab some more stuff. Let me drop off some stuff. So I've got a bunch of empty canisters here, yeah, that I want in my inventory. Drop these bees off. I should drop off the Renia and the carbon black over here. And is there anything else I need to do with my inventory? Anything else that, like, I want to go into trash slots? I don't think so. I think we're good now. All right, let's go fix all these trains. And then we'll run up to the mall while we're out and about, and we'll come back and do... Isn't there one to the south? There is. How much do I keep 2 stacks of those and just 1 of those. Okay. Extra pumps we can get rid of because I have so many of them in my inventory right now. I think that's everything we're going to need. Just let the bots catch up for a little bit here. And then I'll go drop off all the empty fuel canisters at the fuel build. And then we'll head back and we'll finish bees. But my trash slots were totally full, so we gotta make some room. And the last 2 of these are, yeah, that's what I thought. Those are going to be relatively easy to get to while we're making our way back. We'll take the long way home, or long way back to bees. We'll hit the 2 spots. And then we'll be right near where we've been doing the bee build. All right. 8 more things. Come on, bots. I know you can do it. I have confidence in you. 4 more. There we go. Why is this not... I guess there's enough that are being delivered from... Well, hopefully there's enough that are being delivered from the outputs of depots that it never has to pull from the fresh ones. That's like the goal. So it might be fine that it was sitting empty. That just means that it's all en route from depots around the base. That one was different from the other ones. All right, I think this is figuring itself out here now. Yeah. Beautiful. Just one left. Oops, that was not the road that I thought it was. This is where I thought I was going. Interesting. This one makes me nervous. Because that's not just the, like, extra 3 stacks of fuel that some of them got when I topped them up. That is a lot in that one. Well, we'll think about that. For now, we've got a cage here. We've got cages here. We've got more barrels for this loop if it needs them. And it might. I mean, it seems like it's working with the number of barrels that are in the loop, but we're like right at the edge of... Let's throw 100 in. Just see how that looks. What are we looking at here? 70 times 4. So 280 if I wanted to fill this whole belt, like, properly. Which is, like, all of the ones that I brought with me. So we might have to go get more barrels for the actual bees. I don't think these trains are actually stuck anymore. I think they're, It just sometimes takes Cybersyn a little while to realize that a train is no longer stuck. Like, it doesn't change until it finishes its delivery. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get more barrels for the rest of the bees. Oh well. Oh, did we just get our first Urcod jelly already? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Cool. So that's going to be this. Let's get those 2 barreling machines set up for bees. We've got one for honey. And we've got one for jelly. And one for natural gas, but that's like a separate... And this is the thing. Like, here we need honey and jelly. Yeah, we need honey and jelly together in 2 places. So we're gonna deal with that, and then we'll figure out what to do with the honey and jelly for the places that need them separately after. So that's barreling machines, which, here, let's also do this while I'm thinking about it. What are you? You're not a centrifuge. You're the wrong machine. Okay. I needed this one. Yeah, that's just not what I wanted. Throw you in here. Oh, I already put you in my trash slots. That works too. A couple of barreling machines. I really shouldn't be routing this through here. Same with this. That's fine. Honestly, let's do this one the same. Do it that way, and we'll bring in right here, and then we'll do our outputs here, and our return of all of our barrels will come in here, and that'll be fed there, and that way they share a buffer for all the extra empty barrels, right? And this is not, like, perfect. It could use another dozen barrels in the loop. But it's pretty darn close to good. And then this needs to make its way up to become that belt, which is getting more and more challenging. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Okay. So those will be our 2 fluids here. Honey and jelly. Except I have no empty barrels to start the jelly loop with. So I think... Oh, Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock again already. Jeez, that hour went fast. As usual, I'm going to get a little bit of water during the ad break. Everyone else should do the same. When we come back, we'll keep working on the bees. This is an annoying, big, complicated build, but we're getting there. We're making progress. It's actually like half done. So I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I made it up to the mall during the ad break. Holding a requester chest, but not a centrifuge, which makes me think that the centrifuge didn't actually get built before I tore down this. Well, the whole base is now dedicated to building those. We don't have centrifuges on the list. Do I not have tier 2 centrifuges in the allow list? Is that the issue? Oh, that's the issue. Okay. So that still needs to get built. And that'll be behind the mall being dedicated to trying to build 1,000 freaking barrels. So we'll still have to come back for that centrifuge, but I do have a bunch of barrels. Let's empty our trash slots here real quick. All right, let's head back to the build. So that centrifuge is not a critical part. That's just letting me... a tier 2 centrifuge with 2 efficiency modules uses less power than a tier 1 with only 1. I think. I should actually double check that. 27 megawatts versus... yeah, 47 megawatts. So it is a huge improvement to get that tier 2 centrifuge running with 2 modules. I think it's faster to cut across. I should maybe do something somehow here. I don't really know where I could try to get a road through that's not just like cutting through the middle of the lake. Because I do want to kind of try to respect the geography, but... Speaking of, let's restore the terrain. There. I don't know why I had that big block of landfill there, but I did. Actually, I've got a bunch here too that I could restore. Whoops. And I mean, if I want to be really picky, I can get in here like 1 tile at a time. All right, there we go. That's enough time spent on that. So back here, I've got a bunch of empty barrels, which hopefully will start the loop for everything. I think I need to drop like 1 more stack over here. And hopefully that'll be enough to get this looking good. Yeah, beautiful. I think if this backs up, or when this backs up, and the jelly... there's a bunch of jelly barrels on this belt. This one's still not going to be full. I'll need another couple of hundred. Like, in storage, if I want this belt to be full when this one's backed up. But I don't know if I care about that situation. But down here... let this get started. All right, output of this contains what? Empty barrels and archod nests. So we need to filter out empty barrels. And I don't even know how I want to route those down here. There we go. And then the nests. The nests need to come out here. I actually want this whole thing to go, like, over 1 or 2. Okay. So the nests come out, and the nests need to be split because they go to 2 things. They go to the archods themselves, and they also go to queens. So for the archods themselves, that's 4 apiary hydrocarbon plants. And then I'll figure out how we're routing them to make extra queens separately. And I think 100 is plenty, right? It's 80 in total for 4 plants. So this makes bees using recipe. We're using recipe 3. And, oh, the actual inputs. There we go. So in addition to the nests, we need Red Hot Coke, we need Yadles and Relisias, which we can grab from here. 0.16 Yadles and 1.4 Relisias. All right, so that's like this again. Except changing our filters. Relisias. All right. And 0.18 total item. Yeah, that's nothing. Yadles and Relisias. We also need sap. We need Red Hot Coke. Geez, maybe this should just be a sushi belt. Maybe this should just be a sushi belt. You know what? No, that can stay one belt. So, if we're going to have... I mean, I guess we're just going to do... Cool. There's our sushi belt. So, our inputs here... is this going the right way or the wrong way? I don't remember if it's upstream or downstream. I should really just blueprint this. So we want to be on the upstream side. So if we're feeding from the right, we want the belt going to the right. This is going to be feeding from the right, so we want the belt going to the right. Okay. All right, so you enable when nests are less than 1. You read hold. We bring this whole thing down by 1 so we have more space to bring in inputs. Oh, and that's not hooked up right. And that's not hooked up right. Ah! Okay. Relisias, less than 1. And on this side, it is Yadles. Less than 1. Split. Input, no. Output priority for the Yadles. There we go. That is working right. This one is, yeah, nests. Good. What are these waiting on? More maggots. What are maggots waiting on? Eggs. Okay. So we will have to get eggs going again soon. That is fine. What are our other inputs here? What's our total amount in? 0.5... I don't know, like 1. Let's see, show total in YAFC. Total item consumption is 3.75 across 3 machines, a little more than 1. So that's fine. We will use one of these. Okay. Next inputs, we need sap We need biomass, we need natural gas barrels, and we need red hot coke. Do we need natural gas in any form other than barrels? No. So we can do that, like, anywhere. We do need more barrels in this whole system, which I expected. We're going to need a couple thousand more barrels. Let's grab natural gas barrels for now. We will set that up on one of these. Hold. Enable when natural gas barrels are less than 1. And then this is the barrel output, so I can actually do like that. And then hook that up to a barreling machine for the natural gas. Because we only need natural gas like right in barrels here. So there's no sense routing anything any further than we have to. Like, there. That's it. Can I get a couple of barrels from part of a loop here? Just want to make sure this is putting things on the right side of this belt. I never remember. Yes, that is going on the correct side of the belt. Good. So that'll put a few of those in the loop. Not that it matters right now. And then we need red hot coke, we need sap, and we need biomass. Sap we're going to grow somewhere and then feed up into here. Is that all of our sap is just this? Yes, and it's only 2 sap trees worth, so that's actually really easy to do. And then red hot coke and biomass. Biomass we're going to need to bring in along with coal. So let's do this, a new input station for coal and for biomass. The biomass we feed directly in. Which side is that going to be on? That side. Okay. I think that's right. And then on the top, we're going to have red hot coke and sap. Red hot coke. I'm looking at YAFC. Yeah, we need a little bit more as well to be fed to the queens for eggs, but that's fine. Red Hot Coke takes like 2 hours to spoil, so it's not a big deal. How much coal do we bring in total? Like 1. Okay. Efficiency modules. And we need this thing. Is that all of our steam is just for Red Hot Coke? Yes. Okay, so that's fine to just throw there. Efficiency module there. I guess I'm going to take the coke oven gas out over here. I don't necessarily love doing that, but I don't want to route it all the way around to, like, the other side here. So let's just do that. And there we go. This needs void logic. Let me see if I can find a spot where we would have that with void logic. Probably down here, where we make coke intentionally. That should be identical. And then output from this is, yeah, 0.22 Red Hot Coke a second. I want that on the other side purely for the sake of bringing it into one of these. Red Hot Coke on the sushi belt. And biomass. What do you mean we have no biomass? Excuse me? Okay, well, we will shortly, because we're turning a bunch of biocred into it, but, like... That's bad. Oh, yeah. Ooh, okay. Well, this might just be because our fertilizer demand is too high, because we have too much other stuff going on, and that's screwing up our, like, total biomass production. Ooh, okay. Because I think fertilizer might be set as a high priority input. Very high priority. Because if fertilizer breaks, the whole base fails, right? So... all right. Let's worry about that in a minute. We're going to worry about that in a minute. The other input we need here is sap. Sap is easy. And then the output of this is a bunch of things. We've got the bees themselves, the used comb, and empty barrel. Let's go this way. Because we've got empty comb, right? That'll need to be routed to one of these outputs here. Yeah, that's this one is empty comb, and this one is barrels. So we want to just get that stuff figured out first. So the output to the right is the actual bees. There we go. Cool. So this still needs something to filter out any decayed coke. Oh, and we also need to filter out coke from our outputs here. I'll think about that in a second. Let's grab our 2 sap trees here. And I'm an idiot, and this needs to be filtered. Let me find... do I have an ash output over here somewhere? No. Where would I have an ash output? Oh, I don't even know. There we go. Now we've got the ash filtered correctly. And when I... how do I want to do... I mean, I guess I can do it now, right? If we do something like this... filter out ash to the right, and everything else goes to the left. And then throw that in a box. And that'll filter out the ash. And then once this is fully looped and we're out of ash, I will switch this over to coke. And that'll be how we pull the coke out of this. loop if any of it decays in place. Yeah, we've still got a little bit of ash coming through here. Right, sap is the last thing. Sap to the sushi belt. There we go. Switch that filter to Coke, although maybe I don't want it there. Can I make this fit here? And then, yeah, look at that. The spacing got a little messed up because I stalled the belt, but it'll figure itself out eventually. And then we can pull Coke off of this, where? Here? Actually, I don't know if we want to go this way with it. We'll figure that out in a bit. We'll just leave that as a belt for now. We might want to come out to this side with the Coke. So that looks fine as far as the apiary hydrocarbon plants go here. Yeah, we have our bees out. Awesome. We split those with a priority to the left. This will be our actual output of bees. And then at the top here, I'm going to hook it up to the reproductive complex, and we'll be able to make eggs there. Let's grab the reproductive complex. I have some bees in my inventory. I have space up here. Oh yeah, we have plenty of space. So this is Arcod egg recipe 3. Our outputs are barrels, eggs, and queens. The gas from here. Oh, look at that. I couldn't have done that if I planned it. The Relisias and the Yadles, we just fork here. Hey, we finally rolled our first Fawaji. We will have to take a look at that soon. Okay. What else do we need? We need the honey and jelly barrels, which is this belt here. Which we somehow need to route up through the spaghetti. We need the Red Hot Coke. We need natural gas barrels, and we need queens. Okay. This is natural gas barrels right here. So that's easy to take care of. Do I have some extras? I do. I want to take just the barrels out on this side. No, I want this to be barrels and Coke out on this side, actually. There we go. And this comes right in here and joins all of the equivalent outputs from bees. So then the barrels and the Coke can go wherever they need to go. This does need a Red Hot Coke pathway in. Which is all well and good, except this isn't going to work. Because if the Coke decays at the end of the belt, it'll get wedged. So I need to have space to filter. Like that. And then the Red Hot Coke goes in there. Okay. And a lot of these could be cheaper inserters, actually. I think everything except the belt that has the Relisias actually can be a cheap inserter. Yeah. All right. And then on this side, we output eggs and queens. Or one or both of those things, at any rate. We'll do eggs to the bottom right here. And as much as I don't want to do this, well, this is how we'll do it. We'll route eggs around this way. And then queens, we output to a little queen loop. And let me find our queens. This is all of our queens, which I need to be careful with. I'm going to be real sad if we run out of queens. So one of the first things that I need to figure out here is getting more queens made. That needs nests, it needs honey barrels, and it needs natural gas barrels. Okay. Honey barrels is the left side of this? I think so. Natural gas barrels are here. Okay, we can get this sorted. So if we split this, we say output priority left is the honey barrels. Then we split that again. And then we feed it back on. That'll give us honey barrels through here, as well as a honey barrel output. Here we've got natural gas barrels, which we also need to split and then feed up to that belt. That's a little gross, but it'll get the job done. The other things the queens need is nests. Nests are down here. That's this belt, right? Yeah. And we want to actually prioritize sending things to queens. Because if we run out of queens, we're just boned. Fully, truly boned. So that comes up to our last two apiary hydrocarbon plants. Look at that. We've got 2 left. We do need some modules for those. Oh, I have a bunch of nests in my inventory. Good. We'll deal with that. I also have a bunch of these tall oil barrels, which I need to figure out how to void the oil from. What else am I sitting on? Jelly and honey barrels. Those can go in, like, here. Get more natural gas barrels going, because then we'll get more maggots and nests going, and that should get this whole setup like actually running. I think coke is actually going to end up going out to the right. Oh, maybe out the bottom here. I'm still not sure. Queens on both of these. And nests up here. Beautiful. All right, and that's a bunch of nests that are purely dedicated to making queens right now, which is what we want. queens out this side. And then everything else here is barrels and comb, which is very much a, like, come back over here and get things into the right outputs sort of deal. Yeah, these have barrels and comb, so that's like this belt that we want to feed it into. So, like, right in there is fine. And I'm going to set both of these to only one stack. And that'll let us buffer 200 queens. Well, plus what's on the belt, etc. No, I'll set this one to one stack. I'll pull this one up here. And I will set these to be enabled as long as queens is less than half a stack. So that'll let this fill up to like a stack and a half, and then this will turn off. And that way there's still a little bit of breathing room in this chest for this to, like, output as necessary. We do still need a lot more barrels in some parts of the loops here. We've got a bunch of nests. We've got some used comb. That's an output. We can start to clean up some of these chests, I think. Oh, we're backed up on this belt. This is the actual B output, which is going to come over here. How many bees are we making? 0.5 per second. All right, that is one gray inserter. And the other thing we definitely need here is... What the heck? Oh, right. These were weird long stations, weren't they? Some of them. No, that's normal. Yeah, these ones must have been the weird long ones. Something to do with how I was handling iron before. I don't remember. It's fine. Well, as long as the signaling is decent, we'll be fine. And that looks fine. Fluid pickup here. And this is going to be the output for honey. Because honey comes down and gets barreled, right? And then needs to overflow. And same with wax. So we have an overflow for wax and an overflow for honey. So we have two pickups over here. So that is honey. And then the wax overflow. That is a byproduct, technically. So it needs to be marked as high priority. And I guess voidable. I don't have a wax void right now, but we'll figure that out later. Because with intentional colony collapse, we just make a lot more wax in our loop than we used to. I think I want this to be blue inserters. So I think this is officially running. Obviously getting queens accrued is going to be a process. There's your problem. Oh, you shouldn't be enable disable. You should be enable disable, yeah. Enable disable, enable disable. Read belt contents, read belt contents, read belt contents, read belt contents. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna stand right at the, like, loop point. Turn off my legs for a second. And we're just gonna pull everything out of the loop for a little bit. I think some stuff was just a little bit screwy, so I want to see it. I'm curious how we ended up putting, like, so much sap right next to other sap in the loop. That seems weird. All right, we're back to normal. So, like, I'm going to make this a stack inserter for one thing. These output, what, 4 at a time? Yeah. Which is the stack size, so. Override hand size. Let's have you do 8. Let's throw the sap in there. Just because I want to see this running. Because the other side seems fine, right? Everything's tucking in at its correct intervals. Okay, you occasionally get something slightly offset. And then it's fine. Yeah. Well, it's at break o'clock again. I'm gonna let Twitch do that. I'm gonna get a little bit of water while the break runs. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as humans, and I think we're done with the bees. So I gotta figure out what the next thing to work on is when we come back, because I don't have a plan. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Why are we not running? We don't have nests. These are all going. Oh, nests are still being prioritized up to queens. So yeah, that's gonna until this buffers, we're not gonna be making as many bees in the main loop. I'll have to keep an eye on that as far as feeding eggs until things close. Until we have enough nests up at the queens. But I could just dump a bunch of bees in here. And then as the nests are prioritized up, we'll keep making eggs. Down here. Yeah, these are all running. Eggs are starting to buffer on this belt. That's good to see. Apparently we don't quite have enough cages to, like, buffer everything here in caged frogs, so it might be good to get a few more cages in the loop. Honey ooh, that's wrong. Okay. Honey is broken because empty comb isn't being emptied correctly. I think the issue is this is on the wrong side of the belt. effectively when we make more honeycomb. Yeah, it's on the wrong side of the belt. So fixable. It's also stacked when the honey coming out of here isn't. So I think what I actually want to do is I'm going to put in a splitter again. Still prioritizing, not the output, the input priority here. So we prefer this honeycomb from this side. And then this doesn't even need a buffer, does it? We just do that. And that'll unstack the honeycomb that comes from the other side. And now I have a bunch of honeycomb, but that's fine. We'll throw it here. And I do probably need to loop this now. Or buffer this. Yeah, let that buffer. Just because we have so much honeycomb in the loop now that this is going to have to, like, fill itself up. And then that'll let this back up on this side, finally, which it needs to do eventually before this starts to output its excess wax. So all greens here, all green, not all green, but that's expected because we're still filling up this belt with nests. And then this should have everything it needs except for nests. Yes. All right. So that just leaves this that we got to get out, which is the coke. We'll bring that down here. Apparently, I ended up using all this for weird outputs after all. Oh, and I made ash wrong. Okay, 1 second. We gotta change this. Ash really needs to be a high throughput station. Not because we have lots and lots of ash coming out. We don't. But because it stacks so high, and then when the trains come in, they just spend too much time at the stations when it's ash, because ash stacks to 1,000. So we want to have, even though it's a fairly low quantity of ash, we still want to have a high throughput station there. This is still getting jammed up here. And I don't fully understand why. Maybe I should put an unstacker here before this setup. Because, like, this shouldn't happen. It's weird that it does. Yeah, let's put an unstacker in. And actually, we're going to go further. We're going to do that. because I do think that... Whoop, that's going to be on the wrong side of the belt. What side of the belt does this need to be on? Because if we just do this... That's the wrong side. There we go. The stacking shouldn't make a difference, but just for funsies, we're going to look at it. Because, like, this side has 3 inputs, and I still see gaps. There's gaps everywhere on this side for when the nests need to come in, but we're not getting those on this side for some reason. I don't know. It's possible I'm doing something wrong with this sushi belt setup, but... Yeah, it's going to take a while for empty comb to get up to where it needs to get everywhere as well. But yeah, once all of our comb starts buffering through, that'll, this will start overflowing wax. I think this part looks good. I think we're good. Other than just not having enough barrels in the whole system for it to run continuously. So I need to fix that. I need to get a few hundred more barrels. I've got so much sap here that I don't even know what to do with. I've got a bunch of empty comb, which if I'm lucky, I can throw into some of these machines. Well, we got rid of some of it. I'm gonna have to come back here anyway, so like... trying to keep my inventory a little bit sane on the way out. But it's going to be, at best, a little bit sane. This is just going to have to be left to decay. Everything here is extra buildings. This was all religious stuff, and we're not making religious on site anymore. A little bit more coke. A bunch of bees, which I should probably feed into the egg machine. Oh, I need to get ash and coke set up as overflows again. They lost that when I rebuilt them. And you... Slowly but surely, our collection of junk over here is getting dealt with. Okay. I don't have space in my inventory for much else. I actually probably want to leave the empty comb. Let's do that. Because I'm going to try to get the empty comb back into the loop if I can. So let's grab kind of everything else. The Relesias I can also feed into the loop. There's an input that has Relesias. The Relesia seeds in the soil, though, I'll need to find a different home for. Yeah. This is just sucking down nests to make queens right now, but that is the priority. I don't know what to do with all this sap. Well, that helped a little bit. Let's head back to the mall. Let's deal with some of our inventory disaster. And then we can... We'll come back with a bunch more barrels. Hopefully we can get the barrel loop working a little bit better. I'm surprised I need so many more barrels, considering how ridiculous the belt routing was in the old B build. And, like, I know the new one's pretty spaghetti, but... I wasn't expecting it to be... That's extra, that's extra. I have a bunch of extra landfill. I have... Well, the fuel canisters I have to drop off by hand. That's fine. Power pole. Everything else looks like I've got reasonable amounts of everything in my inventory. Couple extra signals. I don't know. I'm sure there's stuff that I have extras of that I'm just not seeing, but that's okay. Sap is probably a thing that I need to start trying to get out of the mall. Just like I did for stone, and, well, raw coal doesn't go anywhere, and logs. We probably want to do one of these for sap as well. Because I'm just looking at... I see multiple storage chests full of sap scattered throughout the system, so... yeah. At least 5, 6, 7 full ones. That's a lot. Although, we don't have a use for sap on rails, because I make it on site everywhere. So, I might have to just compost it. Maybe that's the better thing to do. Just want to drop off fuel canisters, and now we can head back to the B build. Upgrade the centrifuge so we can put in more efficiency modules. And drop the barrels off. And that, in theory, should be done. I'm not totally convinced that it is, but... excuse me. We might have to manually feed some stuff around still, just until everything backs up that needs to back up. And in fact, I can do that now. We can grab some bees here just so we have them. And everything is stopped. Why? No barrels. Okay. Have I got news for you? I don't think that's going to be enough barrels. I think I'm going to have to take down another, like, 1,000 barrels, but... we have a lot of eggs buffered, so that's good. As far as getting bees themselves, I think we're still just waiting for enough nests to fully buffer through here so that they overflow from queen production into bee production. But that requires us to have nests working again, Yeah, and we do have barrels finally of honey coming through. No, jelly, whichever one it is. Yeah, we're definitely going to need another delivery of barrels here. I could probably readjust this so that we're pushing, so that we don't have to buffer quite as many on quite as much belt. Like that. And this needs its upgrade. Almost forgot about that. Second module there. These are all running fine. These are all running fine. This is looking good. We're starting to back up on the honeycomb, slowly but surely. Okay, and we're backed up on honey barrels, which I didn't necessarily think we were going to achieve. We also don't have honey, which I guess is just a consequence of how many barrels we made so quickly. But that's fine. Yeah, this will run again. Yeah, now it's buffering up a whole stack of barrels internally, or it's trying to. Yeah, beautiful. Now we're going to start overflowing honey. Exactly what we want to see. On the other side, the jelly barrels are going to take a little bit longer to buffer, but they are buffering. So maybe we don't need a huge number. I mean, we could still use a couple hundred more barrels in the loop, but we don't need like 1,000 barrels in the loop. These are all, I mean, pretty full of empty comb because I've been hand delivering empty comb from here. The Relisias I can put into here. Okay. I'm becoming reasonably confident that this is actually working. I don't know if I'm there yet, but it's starting to feel like it might be working. As far as our ratio of machines making nests to machines making bees, especially with us prioritizing queens right now until we fill up this whole stack of queens, we're not going to be running these at full speed. So it's expected that a couple of these aren't running all the time. Once the queens buffer, I think we'll be running these fully saturated. It's just, just an artifact of the sort of bootstrapping process. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Otherwise, yeah, this is fully buffered here. It has bees, and we're making bees at this point. So we should always see some here. I should probably throw a chest in here to buffer. Like, actually, just do it like this. Just like one stack. That way we have a little more than what just a few belts can hold. I don't know if it really matters, but... that all just needs to decay. The Relisias go in here. Wow, no jerky so far. I'm impressed. Sorry, I know me just panning over this build is not the most exciting content in the world. I'm just trying to make sure that it is actually functional. We need a few more cages. We could use a few more barrels in the loop. Not a ton, actually. It's probably fine as is. Cool. That's all of this for half a bee per second. And it's much more compact than the old bee build. Like, I know I'm using Mark II buildings now, but having a better understanding of how to do alien life stuff really also, I think, helps there. Output full. Which thing? Archod venom. Is that because I'm an idiot? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, I disconnected this pipe, apparently. Yeah. Sometime when I was refactoring this, I broke the Archod venom pipe, and I didn't put it back together. So I guess that's the next thing to go fix. Fortunately, it's not too far away. If I really wanted to, I could extend one or both of these two segments and put the B outputs, the rest of the B stuff down there. If I decide that I really want to make use of all this for something else, I might do that, but for now, I think it's fine. And my intent was kind of that bees would take up more of this space. I'm surprised at how compact I got that build. So... let's see. This pipe here... oh. Yeah, we should be requesting those at normal request amounts now. Well, unless I completely broke Zai's again. Did I? Oh, I did. I broke the whole pipe that brings phytoplankton into this part of the system, didn't I? All right, let's go fix that. So yes, I did break Zai's again. We do have a train with bees though. That's good. Some year I need to take apart that antimony oxide build, but that is not going to happen today. Yeah, this was supposed to come through, like, here. Aha! Yeah, it was this inserter. But that'll work fine offset. Alright, that gets Zai's running again. Zai's should be, what, with 16 of these? 0.35 per second. Fortunately, we should be rendering augs often enough. Well, it's really the shells that we need the Zai's for more than the arthropod blood. I'm gonna be so deeply upset when my whole base gets clogged up on arthropod blood after how much time and effort and tears went into trying to get a usable amount of it before. Hey, chat, we're almost backed up on arthropod blood. Aww. Disgusting. Where is... yeah, this. What are we waiting on? Coal bed gas. Coal bed gas. Oh, interesting. I think I just need to change the priority order here so that we prefer to output coal bed gas and only then make acid gas. Probably this means that we're running low on acid gas for sulfuric, which is a thing that I should figure out as well. But we can short-term fix the coal bed gas problem. Pierre, is it this one? Yeah. Yeah, we'll just prioritize coal bed gas There we go. So that should get coal bed gas out to vanadium pentoxide. And then that will use up our arthropod blood. We're using vanadium pentoxide less, I think, because we're making hydrogen peroxide in other ways now. Maybe. Or maybe we just had enough of it buffered that I got lucky. And the whole base hasn't exploded yet, and I caught it just in time. I think it was that one. So, I'm glad I caught it. I'm glad I was thinking about that when we were looking at Arcod rendering. How is this doing? Bees are yellow. Oh, I missed a belt. Darn it. Fortunately, we're right here. I'm like, why are we stalled? Because we missed a belt. Fortunately, that belt is not required for, like, the system that loops to run. That's just part of, well, it's the actual output, right? So... we are looking good here. Cool. Is honey overflowing? Honey's overflowing at this point, at least a little bit. Barrels are looking good. We're prioritizing sending them over here. That's fine. I should probably have this be, like, slightly buffered as well, but that's effort. Actually, I'm right here. I may as well. Like, this already buffers some number of them in its output, but just buffering some here will help make sure that we always have plenty. Yeah, that's fine. Just because I noticed that this was ending up buffering here, so that tells me that we can let the system bring some over to this side of the loop. Over here, where we make jelly... yeah, that's looking fine. That's staying pretty well saturated. Okay. I need an output for any coke that decays in the output buffer. And that just comes right down there. Because, yeah, if this decays here, then we need to handle that. Okay. Bees are starting to accumulate in the output. We already had a delivery of them to rendering, so that's good. Let me just double check. Zais are also looking good. Yeah. Yep. Sweet. Empty comb to these ones. Yeah. Boy, it would be nice to have a use for this. Because we're sitting on a lot of it. And I hate to just throw it into storage at the mall and have it be gone forever. Although, it's free, so I may as well. Now that we have colony collapse, bees are super wax positive. So, like, doesn't really matter if we waste some comb. We have plenty. So I guess the next thing to work on is going to be our actual PySci 2 build and getting that up to the standard that it needs to be at. Yeah, okay. I was gonna try to drop off some of the releases in there, but actually I probably can. I can grab the seeds and just feed them directly into the machines, right? There we go. Problem solved. A little bit less trash. That just ends up in the trash. So yeah, I think if we check here, we're running out of things to do. I don't know why I have small parts open. Decalin, I checked. Sea Sponge, I checked. Artificial Blood, we checked at the same time as Decalin. Biosamples, we did recently, I believe. We're just going to double check some of these things that I don't remember for sure. But biosamples, I think, yeah, we did recently. It's currently not running because it doesn't have flora. It doesn't have flora because I told it not to. Oh, and it's because we have plenty of biosamples. Beautiful. So the output's full. Yeah. So we stopped. Cool. Love to see it. Good alien samples. We did. That's up here. These are currently blocked on Arcod Venom, but we should be fixing that soon. Actually, ARCODs should be actively being rendered right now, right? Yes. So I think we just need enough venom to accumulate for a train. Plasmids we did for sure. Hot air is no problem. Mech parts 1 we did a long time ago. And I haven't really looked at it in a while. And I'm hoping that it's just done. That it's just not a problem anymore. And that I don't have to worry about it. And that appears to be the case. Cool. Fiber's not a problem. Yadles, we scaled up, I'm pretty sure. 14 machines. Yeah, they're Mark IIs. So yes, we scaled up Yadles. And they are running, and it looks like they've buffered quite a bit. Cool. Arcod Honey, obviously we just scaled up the bees. Cotton Guts we did last week. Zip Ear Eggs we did. Glassware we did a while ago. Casein we did recently. Plastic bars, I don't know where we're at with plastic, but if we're running low on plastic, we'll expand more. And moss, we have expanded recently, but we've also expanded our demand for moss recently, so who the heck knows? But we might have to screw around with moss a little bit more. Other than that, I think we're good to go to do this build. $110 sea... Oh. Why do I have this set to do seaweed on site? That's silly. We make plenty of seaweed now. That might just still be left over from the old version of the build, but like... Seaweed build's doing fine, right? Yeah. Seaweed build's doing fine. I'm not worried about it. So let's not do seaweed on site. We'll bring that in. Everything else, I think we're good. I mean, these use a lot of electricity. I guess I could throw efficiency beacons on them. Or speed beacons. Isn't it sometimes better to use speed... Whoops. To use speed beacons than efficiency beacons, because 3.68 megawatts, and I don't know if it's gonna work here. $4.05 with efficiency beacons, or 3.68 with speed beacons. Factorio, why? Why are you like this? Cool. So we want speed modules instead of efficiency modules. That's fine. And then I guess same thing here, right? We could beacon... If we beacon speed beacons... Oh, it gets us down to only 2 research centers, which is fantastic. It uses less electricity. Obviously, we have the electricity of the beacons. But still, that's fantastic. Fewer research centers also just makes the whole build easier. I probably could have done this for some of the other ones, but I cared less. This one had 7 freaking buildings, so that's worth speed beaconing. All right, now I think we got everything we need. And then after that, while we're waiting for those buildings to populate, we need to check on organic acid anhydride, nuclear samples, muck-mocks, self-assembly monolayer. Everything else here should be okay. Organic acid anhydride, we're making, according to this, 16.5 per second. Oh, we only need 2 for science. Okay. I mean, we should upgrade this to tier 2 buildings with extra prod and blah, 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 but I don't care right now. Nuclear samples. That's just such a mess. 0.038. Okay, this is already set to 0.04. Did we upgrade all those centrifuges already? No. Although we have... Yeah, we could do some things here. But I think those are only set as tier 2 buildings so that they take more modules so that we can efficiency them better. So in that case, I mean, we should still do that. 5 centrifuges, 1 mixer, 10 efficiency modules, 2 prod modules. All right. We should do that upgrade just for the sake of getting the efficiency modules on these centrifuges. Because right now, I don't think there's any efficiency modules on these. No. And centrifuges are not low power machines. And then, of course, we just want to prod this because we want to be prodding anything we can. These guys don't take efficiency modules, so nothing we can do there. And as far as chem science goes, muck-mocks and the self-assembly. Did I already scale up the muck-mocks? 0.13 a second. Chemical science takes 0.075. So it looks like we have plenty. I just made them big to begin with. Why do these have muck-mocks showing up in their ingredients? I don't get it. It looks like everything that has lard can show up with muck-mocks as an ingredient. But it doesn't look like we have any other muck-mocks use. I know that all of these things are lard. So that's fine. We have plenty of muck-mocks. 0.13 versus 0.075. Yeah, and we should have plenty of the self-assembly monolayer. All right, it is ad break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get myself a little bit more water while the ad break runs. When we come back, we'll get PySci 2 and Chem Science rebuilt, and then we're done with the rebuilding, and we're actually ready to start pushing further into PySci 3 again. I will see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I just kind of sat down. This number... So if we mark this as 0.72, yeah, that's 1.2 of these per second. So it's going to be like this is really what we're building. I'm not going to call it 1.2 a second because, geez, I don't know if we can sustain that, but we'll call it 1 a second. And then this one, if we're going to do the same thing, and I think I do want to do the same thing, I should make this a module template, actually. That would be good. Customize modules. 2 of these. AM5, FM5 with speed modules. Yeah, that gets us down to 1.8. This one I think I will call exactly 2. Is that 0.6? Yeah. So yeah, we'll do exactly 2 machines here. This one I'm calling less than 2 because whatever. The earlier sciences, we probably could have gotten away with doing that as well, but I didn't think of it back then. Because, yeah, we've got a lot of machines here doing Logi-Sci, and we could almost certainly do something with that. What are we missing? Animal samples. Why are we missing animal samples? We don't have meat and lard. We don't have meat and lard because... Because... What is this output connected to? It is this, right? Yeah. I'll put everything on green. Why aren't you outputting? Oh, because we have plenty of Logisci. That's why. I'm just an idiot. So yeah, Logiscience is fully saturated, so we're not requesting any of the decayable inputs. That's fine. Yeah, so we could have done this the same way we're going to do the other builds with speed beacons to keep the build smaller. Too late now, but well, it's not. We can always change anything. It does mean, did I have that in here as just 2? Yes. We do need to request a beacon. And that needs 2 speed modules. This is the stuff for the nuclear fix. And then chem science. Does chem science already have Mark II machines at it? Yes. So chem science just needs a beacon. Like, and, you know, a little bit of a change to this so that it's Mark II, whatever, but cool. I love it when I don't have to mess with things too much. All right, let's do chem science first then. Well, we'll do nuclear first. We'll get the well, yeah, we'll get the efficiency modules in the centrifuges. And then we'll get chem science done because we're down south near where chem science is made, and then we'll go up and we'll do PySci 2. And that'll be that. That's the end of the upgrades. And then we're going to have to spend some time looking at PySci 3 and figuring out what to work on. It's probably going to have to be the alien life things, right? So we're going to want to look at... I think we need Dilmos for... Yeah, we need Dilmos to make the Arcod Propolis. So we need to get Dilmos bootstrapped. And I think we also need the... Do we need Dingrits? Maybe. Do we need Scrondrixes? Did I already start Scrondrixes? I don't remember. We'll go through all that. We'll figure it out. But we'll start alien life stuff first, and then while those are bootstrapping, we can go back and look at other things to work on. So, right over here, ChemSci is going to be easy, because we've already got all the machines we need. We're just taking down 2 of them, which we never do. And then if we Control X this one. We put in our beacon at full blast with speed modules. And then there we go. Oh, this doesn't reach. Yep, gotta switch this back for the better pipe. Of course I do. There we go. Now that's running. Beautiful. There's not really a good route through up to where Highside 2 is being made, unfortunately. So we'll just, we'll go this way. How's Good Alien Samples going? Did it get its delivery of Venom yet? No. Or it didn't, it used it all up, which is also a possibility, although we should be able to make Arcod Venom faster than that can use it now. Which might just mean that we still haven't quite gotten the next delivery yet, and once it gets it... Yeah, I think once it gets it, it'll just be sitting there for a while. I want to double check that. Good alien samples. Yeah, use 5 a second. Arcod rendering. Okay, makes 5 a second, so we make exactly enough. Although I think good alien samples are slightly overbuilt. So, but that's fine because we have plenty of good alien samples buffered. We're making polymerase too. Delightful. All right, my concern up here with PySci 2, well, I have several concerns. One of them is, yeah, 6 items here, request threshold of 10. So we definitely need to change how we're requesting everything. Although I think... How big's a beacon? 3x3? Oh, it just fits right in there, doesn't it? Maybe this isn't going to be such a big deal. We do have slightly more... Yeah, we have more than a belt of moss, so I do want to change this over to high throughput station. We're going to get rid of this on-site seaweed, and I'm going to bring seaweed in, I guess, right here. As far as the 6 items here, though... There we go. I think we can swap this out for a large station, which does mean shifting everything up a little bit. If I turn off the requests, that's the first thing. Then we clear all of this. And I want to get those things into my paste buffer. Now we can delete all of this. We can put in a larger deposit. And what we say is we want the request threshold to be 20. So that's still a full train. But we change all of these to 25. And what this means is that it'll request the train slightly. We won't have as much buffer before it requests another train. That's the issue with doing this at 25 as the size instead of 30. But there we go. And it's not requesting a train full of anything yet. But now it will request full trains instead of half trains. Now if I just pop this here, across here, connect our scan, hold all belts, and power. Ooh, hold all belts. All belts. I think all of these things are used in small enough quantities that it'll be fine. This one just goes away. We're gonna have to adjust some things. This one, I want to do like here. Of course, that doesn't fit, so we're going to have to upgrade this to a better pipe. This one we don't have to upgrade to a better pipe, though. We can put our beacon right in the middle. We could probably do a little bit of science on this, actually. Because if we only need... What was the number? It was 0.84. Then we can change this beacon. I guess we can do the math internally, right? Because these are going to make... Get the beacon on. Yeah, 0.6, 0.6. And they need to be at like 0.42. That's 0.21. That was too far. Point 0.4 is probably actually enough. Actually, yeah, 0.4 is enough. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So what did that end up on? AM5, FM3. Let's just make sure that's captured here. AM5, FM3. And that should be 0.8. Yeah, 1.96. That's fine. That's close enough to 2. Because with pi psi 3 at 1, that's 0.24. Chemical science wants 0.48, but we're running it at whatever, 0.6. I could probably adjust that beacon too and get it a little bit closer. We want a little bit extra of all the science packs because they do get used for some other things other than science. So, like, we have to ratio the packs correctly for that and then add a little extra. But the little extra is not super precise and it's not a ton. So if this is, 0.72 plus a little extra, like 0.8 is fine. So I think we're good there. The flavonoids machine is... Actually, oh, this needs to become 2 biofactories. Okay, so we need to redo this whole thing. That's fine. We will do that. Since this needs to become 2. And how much seaweed do we need? Just 2 a second. Okay, so we can actually add that to this. So it's 2 seaweed and 0.4 yadles. And that feeds 2 biofactories. We're sitting on 3 because there was already 1 here. Each of those pull in... Oh, they need their modules. That would help. Just about 2 items a second. Sure, whatever. Close enough. So that'll get the flavonoids going again. I think everything else here is pretty much fine. This should be good. Buffering, whatever needs to be buffered on this. Oh, interesting. I made this loop smaller. I mean, maybe I should just set this up the way I've been setting up all the other... sushi belts recently. Maybe that is the thing to do. We want it to go this way, right? No, they put on that side. Okay. Although, we've got to lane swap some of this stuff anyway, so... that'll be fine, though. Right? Oh, except that I need... That should do it. Glassware is less than 1. This is casein. Less than 1. Zipper eggs. Plastic bars. Good alien samples. And mech parts. Okay. Yep, one of everything coming around the loop in each spot. That is working fine. So I think all that's left now... Okay, we can... We're at, like, just barely 15 moss, and I think we're fine if we say that we're moss limited, technically. I don't think that breaks anything. Because these show that they're just above 15. We're at 15.1. But, like, in YAFC with our 0.8 number, we're at 14.8. So we're right around that point. So I think that's fine. We could probably switch this to be a high throughput station just to make sure that we're getting enough moss in. Yeah, we should do that. Let's get rid of the request here. Empty this out. There's a train on the way. We have to wait for this train to get here. And then we can swap this into a high throughput station. Is that our moss? Maybe? No, that's doing something else. Just turning around? Just turning around. Interesting. But yeah, this should be plenty of science. We do have some extra This is already an incubator Mark II. This needs to be beaconed. I forgot to grab the second beacon for this incubator. And what about the cytostatics? Is that still just one machine? The cytostatics is still just one machine. That's fine. But this incubator needs to be speed beaconed. And I forgot to grab the beacon for that, so we're going to have to come back, unfortunately. Everything else is extras. Various things left over from... Well, there were a lot of things that were already here, and I didn't filter my requests when I did this. I was just like, grab everything. So it's not surprising that there are extras in my inventory of some of this stuff. And there we go. Throw the moss, request moss, keep it fully stocked. And again, we're going to be ever so slightly moss deficient to actually run these, I think, but it's darn close. How's our power? We're up to 5 gigawatts of beacons. That's hilarious. Interesting. I have 2 of these that are AM1, FM1? Uh-oh. I wonder if that means I have some misconfigured beacons. Oh no, AM5, FM3. Sorry. Yeah, those are the 2 up here. And then we've got 16 that are 5.5 that are just like fully blasting out. Cool. This is looking good. This is all fine. You're stopped because you don't have moss. Oh, we might need more inserters for these. I didn't even think about that. Also, I think there's supposed to be some red... Yeah. Because this needs to be able to tell the machines down here when to disable themselves. Six is probably too few now. Then again... Maybe it's fine. Like, even with all the beacons, these still run pretty slowly, right? 6 is enough for 300 seconds or something like that. So I think we're fine. Just saying to keep 6 in the loop. I think it's fine. Cool. Why are we red? Oh, right, moss. Yeah, because our inputs, our total inputs here are 19 items a second split across 2 machines, so we just need... I mean, certainly more moss. At 8 moss a second each. Yeah, that's like 3 inserters. And everything else, I think we're getting plenty of. Yeah, because everything else totals out to like 4 items a second of input across all the belts. I could maybe put a second belt on, Ooh, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Oh no! I broke everything. I broke the whole darn thing, because I put all my belts backwards. Fortunately, it's easy enough to fix that. I think all we need here now, then, is... what? Oh, I was going to upgrade nuclear samples to 2. That's fine. I need to put the speed modules on this incubator. Because I think without them, it does fall over. Like, I don't think it I think it needs a lot more power if we don't have the... Yeah, it only needs 1 more burner's worth of... Okay, I'm just going to put the 3rd burner on then. That's not worth screwing around with. All right, I think that's good. We do have one thing to go fix that I missed down at nuclear samples, unfortunately. I didn't get the actual building that makes nuclear samples upgraded and the prod modules added. All I did was fix the centrifuges with their efficiency. So I need to go upgrade that building and drop the prod in. I think as is, it'll work. It's just not going to be fully prodded. And goodness knows everything nuclear is expensive enough that I want full prod modules. So that is, I think, a mixer right here. Yeah. And that is, I think for real this time, everything upgraded. So all of our science up through PySci 2 is now capable of running at the rates that we're going to want, or sorry, all of our science up through ChemSci is now capable of running at the rates that we're going to want for PySci 3. which means that we can finally get back to work on building out PySci 3 things. That probably means looking into bootstrapping Scrondrixes and Dilmos and whatever else we need. I know we definitely need Dilmos. Everything else is up in the air. All right, let's take a look in the YAFC. Close out. So great alien samples we're going to have to make, obviously, for PySci 3. We need a little bit of industrial diamond. I think I accounted for this when I built industrial diamond originally. Ooh, there's a question. Yeah, we make 1.2. The diamond wire can use up to 1. Ooh, okay. We might need to scale up industrial diamond processing a little bit. Not a lot, just a little. Just a little bit. This is probably already capable of running faster than 1.2 a second, just looking at the building numbers. So we might get away with... Yeah, nothing here prod. Oh, that's the slaked lime. I don't care about prodding that part. Maybe I should, but... So yeah, we might need to try to get, like, whoops, one more diamond mine available to us. I don't know what the diamond mines are actually called. They're called diamond mines. But what are the... Oh, volcanic pipes. That's what they're called. There we go. So yeah, we've got 5 of them going right now. And I think that's these 5. So if I got like one more going... then we would have... have enough diamond, probably. And we might even need 2 more. Let me see. If we want to get up to that 1.1 2/3... Yeah. So we're currently at 5 of these. If I go up to 6 of them, that's not quite enough. 7 of them? 7 of them would be enough. Okay. So that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get 2 more diamond mines up and running. And then I am going to have to figure out how to appropriately get the shopping list for this figured out, but that'll be its own thing. So we're going to have to scale up diamond mines. Okay. Graphene, I think I've already designed. We just haven't built it yet. Yeah, graphene rolls. are already designed. And then I think that's it as far as great alien samples. It's just the graphene roll. Everything else we have. Psi 3, diamonds, graphene. We have to make a bunch of stuff, and I need to figure out which things are going to be worth making dedicated builds for and which ones we do on site. Like gas bladders spoil in 4 hours, so is that long enough that we want to be doing those as part of central animal processing and shipping them up, or are we going to want to do those on site? And obviously we haven't even started bootstrapping fan yachts yet, so that's a whole thing. Bio ore spoils after only 1 hour, so that's a thing. Wax barrels, I mean, obviously we'll do that on site. We'll ship in wax. Same with naphtha barrels, although I don't know if the propolis is actually going to be on site or not. So those will definitely be on site with the propolis. Propolis might be its own build, though. Obviously, the Negasium we make on site because these things all spoil pretty quickly. And what else have we got? Navin's cotton guts, good alien samples, kickalx seeds. I'm not sure what the state of kickalx is, so I need to look into that. Stainless, laboratory instruments, nanocrystalline cellulose, which doesn't decay, but is used in... yeah, a bunch of tier 3 stuff. So we're going to want to make that a dedicated build. Neodymium magnets, I know, are a whole chain that we haven't even started yet. So there's a lot we have to do for Psi 3. The place to start is probably trying to bootstrap the alien life stuff, though. So I think that means we need to get Dilmos going, and we need to get Fenyachts going. And we're checking those out. The Fenyachts... that's Fenyacht 2. The Fenyachts are easy enough to start bootstrapping. Have I not done these already? Did I maybe do this? I don't remember which things I did. There's Cridrins. Oh, we do have Fenyachts already. Cool. Fenyachts are done. Huzzah. We have lots of them. Great. So Dilmos are the ones we're going to have to still bootstrap. And... I also need to figure out... I mean, of the other animals that we have had... I think Dingrits and Scrondrixes are the ones that I haven't... Scrondrixes make pineal glands. And Dingrits make spikes and pelts. Nanochondria, when is this? Not for a while. Yeah, all of this is pretty far out. So it's just this thing. Ah, which we need for the chitosan. Okay. So we are going to need Scrondrixes, because we need chitosan for nanofibrils, which I haven't even looked into yet. So we will need Scrondrixes. Will we need Dingrits? Pelts. No. Not immediately. Again, we need them for Nanochondria eventually. We'll be able to do something with them in pharmacogenetics. No, but that's all further out. So no on the fur. On the spikes. Propeptides. Which are used... Okay, they're part of the mutant enzymes chain. So yes, because we need mutant enzymes for science. Okay. And also chimeric proteins, which need all sorts of fun things. So the answer is yes, we need it all. We need all of the critters. So I think on Thursday I want to go through and we'll go through and we'll figure out this whole chain. We need to break this all down into like what do we want to be standalone builds versus what do we do on site. And that's probably like an hour in YAFC. And that is how we will kick things off on Thursday, because I think I'm going to wrap up here for now. Really good progress getting the last of the builds all up to scale. Like, it feels like small progress, but at this point, we're done with the refactors and we're just pushing forward. And I'm hopeful that means that we'll be at PySci 3 before we know it. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I'll see everybody on Thursday.